together with standard chemotherapy, surviving significantly longer than the 36 patients in the control group that received standard chemotherapy only. This study removed much of the skepticism regarding the value of the personalized cancer vaccine in prolonging the life of patients with advanced cancer and encouraged the pursuit of a prospective trial on the use of this treatment method in cancers with dismal outcomes when using standard treatment. Another study from the same institute involved 5 children, ages 5 to 9, with autism spectrum disorder. Mesenchymal stem cells from the bone marrow were harvested and given intravenously and intraspinally over 6 months. Outcomes measured was primarily safety and secondarily changes in behavior and scores in standardized childhood autism rating scales. Results showed that minimal adverse events, which were easily reversible. The patients appeared to exhibit less aberrant and more appropriate behavior after therapy. The last 2 small studies presented in the last 2 slides have been presented in posters in the National Cancer Research Institute Annual Scientific Meeting in Liverpool, England, and in the International Society for Cellular Therapy in Las Vegas, USA. Both received interest and encouragement from viewers and researchers on stem cell therapy from all over the world. While scientists continue to gather scientific proof on the risks and benefits of mesenchymal stem cell therapy, and while local stakeholders, politicians, regulatory authorities, and physicians clarify when to use science and when to use compassion, the patients wait at the sidelines. When making difficult decisions in clinical practice, I ask my patient, "What is it that you want?" I asked the same question of 4 patients with present or past history of non-communicable diseases and 2 healthy adults. I asked them for their perspective as a present or future patient on this issue as I prepared to give this talk. I explained to them both sides of this equipoise and asked them, if you were a patient, would you approve or disapprove of your doctors giving you the option to undergo or not expensive treatment which may or may not be beneficial to you? I asked them to please assume minimal or no harm or risk has been noted from stem cell therapies. All respondents were in my circle of friends. Jerry is my cousin. He was diagnosed with locally advanced colon cancer in 2013. He refused chemotherapy after surgery, is alive and well, and works as a member of the board of directors of Land Bank of the Philippines. Becky is my sister. She is the head of the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration. Her husband had stage 4 lung cancer early this year. He chose no treatment and passed away in 3 months after being given palliative care at home for 2 weeks. TJ is my other sister who is a professorial lecturer in the School of Economics in UP Diliman. She is a health economist and worked with the World Bank for over 20 years before coming back home. She has no chronic disease. E-patient Dave I met at the Society for Participatory Medicine listserv group. He is a 7-year survivor of stage 4 cancer of the kidneys and is an advocate of patient empowerment and participation in healthcare. His treatment was immunotherapy with interleukin-2, which few people in the world know about. Stu is my brother-in-law. He is an academician of the National Academy of Engineering and is the world expert in human-computer interaction. He has celiac disease. Randy is my cousin. He had thyroid carcinoma 35 years ago and was cured after undergoing what was then considered aggressive treatment. He is a retired demographer and an intellectual. All of them responded to my request for the patient or caregiver perspective. I have summarized their answers in the following slides. Their common answers had to do with going through a transparent and informed consent process with protection from ulterior motives, with being given compassion and respect by their healthcare team, with issues of affordability and being able to afford expensive treatment. I have used direct quotation from their responses in order to avoid giving biased statements. These are their points of view. On the topic of informed consent, I always want to know what my options are. I listen to the doctor's advice, and then I explore online, and I try to talk to other patients whose views might be different. I am always aware that the current literature may be wrong and might be contradicted next month or next year or in 10 years. I don't expect certainty from current evidence nor from my doctors. And importantly, I take responsibility for my decisions. I would not feel angry or cheated if something doesn't work. I only feel angry if someone hides facts from me or tries to convince me something is true when they don't know what they're talking about. I am a full believer in informed consent. As a patient, I would want to know expected costs and benefits of this and all other alternatives, plus the probability of each outcome occurring if known from scientific studies, and the strength of the scientific evidence. I would want my physician to make me feel I am welcome to ask as many questions as I want, as often as I want, and to be given the time to absorb all the information given, then ask more questions. Sometimes it's the small details that matter very much to the patient, though they may seem petty or irrelevant to the physician. Transparency and protection from ulterior motives was important to all respondents. In approaching this problem, I am mindful of the preciousness of time. Evidence-based medicine is a very good thing, but it's of necessity slow and pursuing a result on an institutional time scale. But for a patient with a lethal disease, that result may not matter because it comes too late. But this desperation for something that might work makes a patient vulnerable to chasing unrealistic alternatives or manipulation by other actors. In your stem cell example, there is a potentially very profitable business selling this procedure independent of its efficacy. We need protection from ulterior motives. Having the patient choose an experimental treatment could be affected by conflicts of interest. There are first pharmaceutical manufacturers or doctors that would benefit commercially. Then there are the researchers who need subjects. These interests need to be revealed to the patient. Perhaps there needs to be an ombudsman or patient's advocate who sorts these out from a neutral position. I think the matter of expensive treatments is more an issue for those that can afford. For the poor, that is a non-issue and a non-option write-off. Still, it would be good to be in the know. Deliberately withholding information or deluding a patient with wrong information to suit one's selfish and profitable ends, on the other hand, is a big no-no in my book. No, I don't think I would have resented you or any other doctor bringing up the possibility of stem cell treatment. Full disclosure is always a good thing. Then again, much depends on how a doctor does this. If he or she can explain the options with clarity, patience, and some amount of semblance of compassion, then I say, why not? Compassion and respect was another common thread. I realize that not all patients may want all this information, but whatever is available should be translatable and not dumbed down to a language that is familiar to the patient. I don't believe that the physician should make decisions about what information to give the patient on the basis of affordability, except in the rare case where this may cause serious psychological distress to the detriment of the patient's ability to cooperate with the management of this illness. In brief, this judgment should be motivated principally by the fullest respect for the humanity and sovereignty of the patient. As a demographer, looking at large numbers, I tend to favor an emphasis on clinical trials, which provide the greatest good for the greatest number over time. But still, you have to provide for individuals, and some version of compassionate use is not necessarily inconsistent. Compassionate availability, I think, some procedures that show promise but as of yet are under-verified should be available to patients. Regarding the question of who pays for treatment, these were mentioned. For-profit use of unproven therapies, I think, is easy to rule out, though not necessarily easy to control. There has to be an alternative, such as provisions for experimental therapies on a compassionate basis in a non-profit setting at cost or cost plus if necessary. Whether there should be any subsidy for the treatment from, say, health insurance plans should depend on the promise. Insurance companies often take an extreme view of what is experimental medicine, counting as experimental medicines that have had successful stage 3 trials in journal articles showing results. I suggest that there should be a scale of promise for a procedure or medicine set outside the insurance company. I don't believe that there is a universal rule that any patient should receive any treatment for free, whether on moral or ethical grounds, regardless of whether or not the treatment is part of a clinical trial. I just spent the last semester teaching my economics students about principles of equity as applied to healthcare and the approach to equity and fairness, as taught by economists at least, is much more complicated than this. There is no point offering the treatment for free if the study itself or some other important study may be compromised if funds eventually run low. As it turns out, not every patient wants to be cured, nor even extend life beyond its natural length. Here is an alternative view from one cancer patient. I guess one difference between the doctor and the patient is our view of life. The doctor, due to his or her oath, is pledged to maintain life, while the patient may, under certain circumstances, actually pray for death or pray that the Lord's will be done. I think it is faith that tells us that the next life will be better than this one, so my most frequent prayer is that the Lord's will be done on earth as it is in heaven, and that He may have mercy on me, a sinner. In other words, I don't fear death. If the Lord keeps me alive, it is my duty to find out what He wants me to do for Him and our people and try my best to do whatever it is, even as I continue to enjoy this life. If He decides my time is up, I would go with Him willingly, hoping He would have mercy on me. Some made my job easier by giving summary answers and suggestions. Another obvious item is the need for public education and awareness. Government is the appropriate way to do this, but not very good at it. One needs advocates, private organizations, and foundations to argue for patients and at the same time provide them with better information about appropriate alternatives. As I always tell my students, there is no one correct answer, just a matter of good values and good judgment on the one hand, good objective scientific evaluation on the other, and the hope that the decision makers embody the best of these characteristics. So there you have it, an evidence-based medicine approach to the question, what is the role of stem cells in the treatment of non-communicable diseases? At this point, I would like to thank my respondents for making this talk complete. These are my summaries and conclusion. Adult somatic non-embryonic stem cells have an important role in the therapy of non-communicable diseases. Hematopoietic stem cells, or HSCs, have been around since the 1950s and have been used in the treatment of NCDs over 1 million times and have saved hundreds and thousands of lives since then. Mesenchymal stem cells, or MSCs, have been used to generate new organs and tissues to replace defective ones since the 1970s. While HSCs transplantation is now standard of care for blood diseases in most countries, the Philippines lags behind in this area mainly because of the cost of treatment and until recently because of the lack of any organized approach to the development of the use of this treatment method for Filipino patients. Mesenchymal stem cell transplantation is a new, expensive, yet promising, and therefore controversial treatment procedure for non-communicable diseases. Scientific studies on this procedure exist, but these involved few patients and are non-randomized. Locally, MSCs have been given on compassionate basis and data gathering is anecdotal at best. Patients are interested in finding out and understanding what mesenchymal therapy can do for their quality of life, but cost is prohibitive and they have no time to wait for the results of randomized trials, which typically take 20 years before pharmaceutical treatments are FDA approved. What is more, big pharmaceutical companies, which usually sponsor drug trials, stay away from doing research and development from studies on MSC therapy because these have no single end product that they can someday package and sell in the open market. Recommendations. Continue to allow compassionate use of stem cell therapy in specialized DOH-accredited medical centers, provided patients undergo a transparent and open, informed consent process and allow their anonymized data to be used in retrospective trials. Conduct proof of principle prospective phase 2 or 3 trials in these same accredited centers, provided their protocols are in accordance with international standards on the conduct of such clinical trials, approved by their local ethics board, and conducted on patients with illness which are otherwise incurable, with no chance of having meaningful productive life, or which has a median survival of less than 5 years. These prospective trials can be small, maybe 15 to 30 subjects with appropriate control groups and preferably sponsored by government research agencies. These studies should also be published and contribute to global knowledge on the risks and benefits of this controversial yet promising treatment of non-communicable diseases. Let's collaborate with research centers in big university hospitals abroad, send our patients to them if they have open trials, or invite them to share their knowledge and skills with local scientists. A specific suggestion is we do a study on the role of dendritic cell vaccine on the overall survival of glioblastoma mortiforme. I think my bias shows here. This is a disease where 50% of patients die within a year, 90% within 3 years. Government and non-government organizations should finance studies like this, and those who conduct it should be transparent and share their data with their patients. Anonymized data should also be shared across different accredited institutions to facilitate growth of database, and so this method of treatment can be used by more who need it. Let patients help. They have the most at stake here, their time, their money, their lives. Listen to them and ask them their perspective always. In the end, we all need each other, regardless of what colored circle we find ourselves in. Let us harness our bayanihan spirit, because this is the Filipino trait of communal unity and cooperation that will take us from here, where progress is slow and finger pointing abounds, to there, where the best possible quality of life, regardless of circumstance, and as the patient himself defines it, exists. May the culture of science and research, admixed with compassion and mutual respect, continue to guide us all to a better tomorrow. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your invitation.
Thank you, Dr. Jaime Tiaco. We're now moving to the open forum. I don't know if the ushers and usherettes have been able to collect questions. May umiikot ba? Ah, yes, there are. But while they're we will give priority to the written questions, and then we can take the other questions in here. I just wanted to remind the audience that the topic, the lecture was very specific with two forms of stem cell therapy, HSCT and MSCT, and you might want to limit your questions to those. Can I start, because we were also asked, the moderators asked to prepare 2 to 3 questions, and so while we're collecting the questions, I just wanted to ask Dr. about the HSCT. I am surprised myself that this has been around since 1990 and that there have been so few procedures conducted. Just how much does it cost? I have a very personal interest here because we're trying to raise money right now for one of our professors who has a blood cancer, and Yes, in fact, asked for an advance on a fund that we have in UP, and I keep saying, why is it so expensive to treat blood cancers?
I used to belong to the team that would do transplantation in St. Luke's. I'm not with them anymore, but Dr. Bailon headed our team. At that time, the average cost was 2.5 to 3 million pesos. Why does it cost so much? I don't know. But I think we have been dreaming to do this while I was still in PGH, the government hospital. We have the knowledge, we don't have the technology, we don't have the machines. It's the for example, that stain that allows us to identify stem cells is always imported from abroad, and one kit costs 50,000 pesos. We do not have it here because we don't keep it in stock because masasayang ma, magsistale yung stain. So um, that's just one reason why it's very expensive.
Okay. A lot of money. And PhilHealth, of course, will not cover it. Is it PhilHealth reimbursable?
Um, is it PhilHealth reimbursable? We can work with PhilHealth. PhilHealth is generally open to requests, but it is really on a case-to-case basis.
Thank you. We have one question here. What is your stand as an oncologist with regards to growing claims from organic products that give healing and relief to NCDs without utilizing expensive stem cell therapy? So the person's actually contrasting the use of organic products to stem cell therapy.
When this thing started about stem cells, I truly had no knowledge about it because when I trained, this was in 1992, and there was really not much. In other words, I did not study about stem cells, and so neither. But before to prepare this talk, I certainly studied a lot. But unfortunately, I did not study about that organic
Just organic products.
the organic products, so I wouldn't know whether there's any real scientific proof, whatever it is, if there is evidence or not. So I cannot comment on something I do not know about.
And it is really too broad, no? What particular claims are being made and for what particular products. I would just advise you keep checking with the Food and Drug Administration website, which does have extensive warnings on fraudulent claims. No? But it's very reactive. No? Kung may nagreklamo, that's the only time they post something or they catch if they are able to find products on the market. So far, we've only had one written question. Maybe we can go now to the audience directly. And please identify yourselves
I'm
as well.
Alicia Tan Sinsin. Actually, sa follow-up of your question, how long is the preparation of the patients before the actual transplant is made? And how long is the recuperation period?
This would be for the HSCT.
Yes, yes. If one is being treated.
For bone marrow transplant, and if it's an allogeneic, meaning ma'am, meron pang isang donor, iba sa patient. No? Both are prepared, the donor and the patient. The patient is prepared around 2 weeks, at least maybe a month, because all his infections have to be identified. We have to know if he has hepatitis, CMV, all those infections that can reactivate during the transplant period. We have to make sure that the heart functioning is normal, kidney function, all those pulmonary function. We have to make sure that we maximize the health of the patient before he undergoes transplantation. So my answer to you, ma'am, is 2 to 4 weeks.
How about the recuperation period?
The recuperation time can be as we wait for the bone, for the CBC to come back to normal. Meaning, nag-implant na yung transplant. Tapos makikita mo na sa complete blood count, normal na yung CBC. That takes anywhere from 3 weeks, maybe 2.5 to 3 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, if there are no complications.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Dr. Giselle Concepcion.
Morning. I have about 3 questions, if you don't mind.
Okay.
The first is regarding a hematopoietic stem cell therapy, which is known to be successful in the world in the treatment of leukemias, particularly allogeneic transplants. And the reason is because you have unrelated blood donors whose markers match the patient's markers, and therefore the graft versus host disease is minimized. So I want to know what the community is doing as far as creating this blood registry is in the Philippines, because worldwide, the different races, the different populations are well represented in their blood registries. In fact, you can get uh, unrelated donors from other places in the world. But we've been saying that this is very important to move forward hematopoietic stem cell therapy, which is the only established or very well established stem cell therapy in the world. So that's easy to set up if we have the political will to do it. The second question is the decisions of the rich and the poor are quite clear, clear cut. What about the middle class, the upper middle class, who would have to allocate a large portion of their savings if they decided to have their family member undergo stem cell therapy? What would your advice be to them? And the third question is regarding the metastatic breast cancer clinical trial that you conducted. Did you also use antibody therapy, or was it simply chemotherapy and the dendritic stem cell therapy?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Regarding the existence or not of registries for sources of um, bone marrow for HSCTs, right now there is no registry, sadly. But we actually are able to access the worldwide registry so that, in fact, that is one of the most limiting steps in the creation of a other words, dapat eksakto yung human leukocyte antigen numbers ninyo ng donor mo at ng patient. And this only has, it's usually from a sibling, and this only has a 25% chance of you having a match. So dapat apat kayo magkapatid, chances are isa sa inyo ka-match mo. Ngayon, it's no longer that difficult because they are able to do transplantation even if there's only 90% match or 50% match. So that's another reason why it's starting to pick up already. So we also have some wealthy families that are starting to collect the umbilical cords of their babies. And there's some commercial storage facilities that actually store umbilical cords for future use. Hopefully not, but at least kung kailangan meron. Regarding the study and whether hormonal treatment was also used, yes. I'm sorry. Antibody.
Antibody.
Anti-HER2 and the newer treatments, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The standard of care for breast cancer is chemotherapy or monoclonal antibodies if you are HER2 positive, or anti-estrogens if you are estrogen receptor positive. And the control group had all of these standard treatment, and the experimental group had the standard treatment together with the dendritic cell therapy. And the second question
And the
is, I
third,
forgot.
actually the third. And the upper class,
ma'am,
yeah,
the
access.
respondents of my little search was, they were all middle class. And I guess you're asking what I would recommend. I would really interview the patient first, explain what is known, what is not yet known, and what the risks and the benefits are, and then try to help the patient decide for himself with a lot of guidance what they think is best for him or her.
Was it that, Dr. Giselle? Yeah. I guess that affects us, especially in UP, because we've had such encounters. Okay, at the back.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Wilson Ala from the Philippine Genome Center. And my question is actually very simple. Right at this point, ma'am, in your studies, based on your studies, what is it exactly that makes stem cell as a research very hard to understand? Is it a lack of knowledge in the pathway, or is it in the nature of the cells itself, or what is it that makes it very difficult to apply in um, this field in medicine, ma'am?
It's a new science, and the science has evolved mainly because of advancements in technology. And whenever there is any new technology, like even with cell phones, di ba the older ones, they cannot use cell phones, hindi nila maintindihan. But the younger ones, bigyan mo, in a few minutes, alam na nila. Because they were born into a world where this technology is normal. But what we have now is technology that is still new, difficult to understand, and so therefore the products of this technology, although very magical and seemingly magical and very useful, are also very difficult to understand. And you're correct, there are a lot of gaps in knowledge that only few people in the world, because they are dedicating their lives to it, understand. So it trickles down, even the knowledge. So by the time it reaches the common us, a small country, we really sometimes have to rely on others that have come from other countries and have trained there. And so that's just, I think, the limitation. Mahirap maintindihan kasi bago lang ang technology.
Can I just ask, as the mother, I'm still entitled to two more questions. Since you mentioned umbilical blood collection, quite a number of hospitals now offer it, and I wonder if you could explain what that involves and what it might be used for in the future.
The umbilical cord has the blood of the newborn infant. A newborn infant has less differentiated cells, obviously. Di ba? It's an infant that hasn't grown yet. So, marami pa yung stem cell. Um, and so, although these are already somatic, hindi na siya embryo, di ba? So, hindi yan embryonic, non-embryonic stem cell na siya. And that's the reason why it is better source of stem cells than adults because mas marami pa siyang stem cells being newborn. So, yun yung value ng being able to collect and store um, stem cells from an umbilical cord. Supposing you have a very strong family history of leukemia, and you know that manganganak yung apo nyo, ay yung anak ninyo sa apo nyo, you might want to store that umbilical cord just in case nakuha niya yung family risk na magka-leukemia. Meron ka ng perfect match. In fact, sa kanya yon before nagka-leukemia siya. No? Because any cancer develops as a random event in an adult from a single cancer cell. So, nung pinanganak siya, wala pa yung cancer cell na yon. So, malinis pa yung stem cells niya.
I understand it's also still a bit expensive, right, at this point?
I don't know how much it costs, but I'm certain that it's only the wealthy families who actually do that.
Parang pinapadala pa ata sa Singapore, no, for storage. Another problem of income inequities. So are there other questions yet? Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. From Makati Med and UP student also from Manila. This is my question. Do you think it is about time that we consider or advocate the use of stem cell in curing non-NC diseases, or is the Philippines ready?
For non-communicable or communicable?
NCDs po.
For non-communicable, we have the scientists. We have a lot of PhDs, molecular scientists, and I'm sure you know them. And they are also very willing to use their newly gained knowledge to help the Filipino patient. I think we're more than ready. We just really have to get our acts together. That's why we're here.
Yes, po. Sige, academic. Dr. Lantikan.
I'm Ricardo Lantigan. Sabi natin, pwede nating kunin ng stem cell sa adult, sa atin, adult. Blood, fat, sa bone marrow. Ibig sabihin nun, we have to identify all these beginning cells, stem cells. Siyempre, i-culture mo yan, di ba? And then, gaano karami ang kakailanganin natin pag sa culture, kailangan na critical number para i-transplant. Yung ba ang nagpapagastos, yung culturing, and then anong number? Siyempre, estimate mo number niya bago mo i-apply. Yung ba nagpapagastos? Please.
Yung sa bone marrow transplant, meron minimum number of stem cells. We identify them by their cluster differentiation. CD34 positive white cells are the stem cells. Meron silang markers. Yun ang unang mahal. Yun pong pang-identify ng stem cell, the machine that's needed and the kit I mentioned. How many? We used to have need a minimum of 2 times 10 to the 6 CD34 positive cells. So that's around million, 5, 10, to 2 million, to much more than that. The higher the number, the better. To collect, okay. Pagka gumamit tayo ng stimulator ng stem cell called granulocyte stimulating colony factor, it usually takes 5 to 10 days of injection of the donor. If you inject someone with that particular medicine, in around 5 days, pwede mo na siya ikabit sa pheresis machine and then i-harvest mo na yung kanyang white cell mononuclear layer. Meron ka na sa lab, mag-identify ilang cells na ba ang na-collect. One of my patients, after 5 days of collection, hindi umabot sa critical number na yon. So, kailangan gumamit ng bone marrow. Yung bone marrow, mas madali maka-achieve ng ganung number. Pero it takes around, if you're lucky, baka isang harvest lang, okay na. So, iba-iba talaga ang pasyente.
Okay. Dr. Concepcion ulit.
I'd just like to disagree with the comment that we have a lot of PhDs or scientists who are competent to pursue research in this frontier field of stem cell research. We know very well that there are very few molecular scientists or cellular biology scientists in the country compared with other countries in the ASEAN and in other parts of the world. And I think that to understand this area of research and treatment thoroughly, you'd really need to understand the triggers, the molecular triggers, the cellular triggers for the differentiation, for example, of these stem cells. So it's really a call to get more of our youth to pursue studies that may be useful for stem cell research. And perhaps our government can make that investment if we think that this is a very important intervention for meeting the challenges of non-communicable diseases.
Did you want to respond?
Thank you. I stand corrected. Maybe in my world, nung dati 0 ang alam ko, ngayon, or isa lang, ngayon 3 na. 300% increase. Pero talaga, admittedly, kulang talaga. I stand corrected. Ma'am is correct. We really, really need to. If you have children, and they ask you, what should I take for college or medicine? Wag na mag-doktor, mag-molecular scientist na lang. Clearly, nandun yung area of advancement and
Dagdagan ko lang
research.
po na ang measure of competence or expertise, unang-una po nasa publications. Nandun po sa scientific publications where the competence or the expertise of the scientists can be recognized by their peers in the world. So we may have such scientists, but if they are not published in the world, we're not sure that their competence is of the same level.
Yeah. Maybe, sige. Here.
Violi Villegas, OIS from Erie. The stem cell technology offers a lot of promise today and in the future. One area is in regenerative medicine. How far has this area gone? Being a plant scientist, we tinkered a lot with meristematic cells of plants, and we can make these meristematic cells regenerate into organs and whole organisms. How far have we reached in regenerative medicine in using stem cells?
Okay, we're moving into a sensitive area. No,
Regeneration means yung
regenerative.
bagong, kunyari, sira na yung organ, gagawin mong bagong organ or pampabata ng face.
Yeah. Yan na.
Okay. I think in the studies that I showed on the blue table, this is exactly how they use. For example, the patients with liver failure, they will inject. The thing about the human body is, if you give them through the blood, it has a homing mechanism. So that, kunyari, bone marrow transplant, pag i-transfuse mo sa dugo, uuwi yan sa bone marrow. So, but of course, meron mga techniques din, and I'm not an expert on mesenchymal stem cell therapy, and I've never participated in actual treatment using that. Pero, the only thing I can tell you is that in those studies wherein they had failing organs and they actually injected the mesenchymal stem cells, these were able to slow down the degeneration of these organs and in some cases reverse it.
This is, of course, anecdotal, no? And this is where we've had so many problems in the claims of restoring youth, of regeneration here. No? And I'm glad that I hope that this is clarifying things. Somewhat related, can I ask Doctor about, I was curious because that study in the medical city involving 5 children with autism spectrum disorder, what is the basis here, I mean, of using mesenchymal stem cell therapy? What is the assumption here? I mean, why do you use that for children with autism? I cannot see the link at this point. Is it presumed autism is a degenerative disorder?
There are, it has to do with the neurologic system, and that the cells that are ill or degenerative or genetically, patients are born because they're children, sick to begin with, are replaced by healthier stem cells that regenerate into normal or healthy nerve cells. I'm sorry, again, I'm not a neurologist, and I wish the main author was able to come, but she's not here.
Yes.
But in principle, everything is like that. They're all stem cells that can differentiate into specific cells and tissues according to how you culture them in the lab, what you expose them to, what growth factors you expose them to, and then before injecting them back into the patient.
Okay. Nagtatanong pa? Here, okay, see. Dr. Gomez, national scientist.
Good morning. Ed Gomez, national scientist. Actually, I don't know anything about stem cells, and that's why I'm here, to listen and to learn something. But one of my interests is to find out a little bit. There's been some newspaper reports that there are foreign doctors who come to Manila and other parts of the Philippines to do some stem cell treatment of some patients in hotel rooms of all places or whatever. Could you tell us a little bit about this and what are the dangers and what we can expect? Thank you.
I also know about that only from the news, and also about the hotel room and about how they use sheep stem cell, not human. And I think specifically in Germany, this is being done. And that's all I know. I'm sorry. I don't know anything more about that.
I think all we can say it's very controversial, no, and very much disputed. It may have given a very bad name as well to stem cell therapy. May tanong pa ba? Okay. In- If that's the case, we can bring the session to a close. I'm glad that we had Doctora speaking to us here. It certainly helps to clarify that stem cell therapy is not just a matter of bringing back youth. I hope that everyone realizes the stem cell capsules that you find in malls are complete nonsense. And that the promise is in many other areas, which unfortunately are beyond the reach yet right now for many Filipinos. But we hope that as we develop the infrastructure and the human resources, stem cell therapy's potentials will benefit more Filipinos in the future. Maraming salamat ulit, Doktora. May I call on our NAST officials, si isa lang ba, ano, to come forward sa Dr. Padolina. Sige, we'll go down there. And for Dr. Valdez, who was our rapporteur, at bababa na rin ako kasi meron din palang black. One more announcement. It's actually posted. No? Those of you who are on the seats, yung sa likod nga na walang table, may event pa kami ngayong hapon, so we would like to ask you to please vacate the seats to give way to the NAST event this afternoon. Maraming salamat. And then poster presenters, you can get your cash incentives from Ms. Chona Santos of the NAST Secretariat. Maraming salamat ulit.
Attention. NAS members and resource persons are being invited to be seated table here. Tables dito po. Because you will serve plated. Attention. NAS members, corresponding members, resource persons, moderator, rapporteurs, and speakers, you are invited to please occupy the tables here. Plated po kayo isa-serve.
When we get started, maybe we should get the show on the road. I request our audience to please come forward and fill the chairs in front. Those of you who can, those of you. But
Sino pa po ang walang tables? Wala na nataas ang kamay. Wala. Ilan, sir? Dito po sa site dito, pwede nyo pa pong occupy kasi it will be vacated by our members. You can sit here so that you can eat na may table. All NAS members, corresponding members, resource persons, speakers, moderators are being requested to occupy the round tables here at this side. You will be served plated. Ito po, 1, 2, 3. But po, okay na? Kung wala pa po kayong seats, doon po sa poster session, may mga sopa po doon, may tables. You bring your food there and then just make sure that yung mga utensils been attended to by the waiters. Yung guest po of our awardees, if you need tables, meron pong 2 reserved tables dun sa labas. Round tables. Please return to me if it's already occupied. And then dun po sa mga seated dito po sa mga seats na ito na walang table kanina, may I request you to please vacate the seats after lunch. 1:30 po, mga 1 o'clock po, kailangan pong vacated na yung mga seats na yan na may mga pangalan. Mamaya pa naman po. So you can eat and enjoy your lunch. Mamaya pa naman. Basta be sure po at 1 o'clock, ano na po, nakahanap na kayo ng you are already in a different place. May mga occupy po kasi niyan. Thank you very much. If you have any concerns, I'm located at the VIP room, dun po sa may unahan. Thank you. Attention, for those who need table in order to eat, meron pa pong seats dito with table, dito sa may unahan. You can occupy it so you can eat lunch. And meron pong pinadadagdag na round tables dun sa labas. You can sit there to eat lunch. And then, dun po sa poster session, may mga sofa with table. You can eat lunch also there. For the usherettes and for the ushers and usherettes of NAS, meron yung meal room. You can get the food from here and you can proceed to the meal room. Kaya lang you have to get your food from here. So, sino pa po ang may problema concern sa tables? So far, okay na? Okay. Just a reminder that there are some seats with tables and some seats without table na may mga nakalagay pong tags. So, mga 1 o'clock po, may we request you to vacate those seats so that yung mga dapat umupo sa seats na yan ang siyang makaupo. And then, you can look for seats na bakante naman sa ibang area within the plenary hall at saka sa may labas po. Thank you. niyo po si Mr. Teddy to stay there only. Doon lang po yung mga photographers. Masyado pong conscious yung mga nasa... Hindi po, para po hindi magulo ang ating arrangement. May we also request all our awardees to please occupy the seat provided for them. The seats already have their names. And for the guests of our awardees, some seats are provided for you in front. And for the spouse of our new members, you will be seated in front. So may I request for our guests who are occupying the reserved seats to please move to another place because it will be occupied by the spouse of our new members. Pasensya na po. Reminders, if you are occupying the seats with the name, with the tag, and you are not that, may I request you to please move to another place. But for those who will be assisting, for the spouse of our new members, like Dr. Maribel Nonato, you are being requested to occupy the seat in front.
ceremonies of the 37th Annual Scientific Meeting of the National Academy of Science and Technology. The Academy, being the highest recognition body in science and technology in the country, has traditionally given annual recognitions to deserving and outstanding individuals or groups who have made significant contributions in their expertise. To start the program, let us all welcome the members of the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Our Marshal, Academician Jaime C. Montoya. Our National Scientist, Ramon Barba. National Scientist, Lourdes J. Cruz. National Scientist, Ernesto O. Domingo. National Scientist, Raul B. Pavella. National Scientist, Edgardo D. Gomez. National Scientist, Bienvenido O. Juliano. National Scientist, Ricardo M. Lantican. National Scientist, Dolores A. Ramirez. National Scientist, Teodulo M. Topacio Jr. And National Scientist, Gavino C. Trono. Our academicians, Academician Rodora B. Azanza. Academician Jose Maria P. Balmaceda. Academician Alan Benedict I. Bernardo. Academician Christopher C. Bernido. Academician Gisela P. Concepcion. Academician Alvin B. Culaba. Academician Antonio Miguel Danz. Academician Romulo G. Davide. Academician Fabian M. Dairit. Academician Ernesto J. Del Rosario. Academician Salcedo L. Eduardo. Academician Rafael D. Guerrero III. Academician Emil Q. Javier. Academician Quintin L. Quintanar. Academician Angel L. Lazaro III. Academician Aura C. Matias. Academician Marco Nemesio E. Montaño. Academician Remigio M. Olveda. Academician Carmencita D. Padilla. Academician Asuncion K. Raimundo. Academician Agnes C. Rola. Academician Fernando P. Siringan. Academician Michael L. Tan. Academician William P. Torres. Academician Filemon A. Oriarte Jr. Corresponding member Reynaldo L. Villarreal. Our new academicians, Dr. Seferino P. Maala, Dr. Georgen H. Primavera, Dr. Estrella F. Alabastro, Dr. Fortunato D. Sevilla III, Dr. Edward H. M. Wang, the NAS Executive Council, National Scientist Angel C. Alcala, Academician Reynaldo B. Vea, Academician Ruben L. Villarreal, National Scientist Mercedes B. Concepcion, Academician William G. Padolina, our Undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Amelia P. Guevara, the Department of Health Undersecretary, Dr. Kenneth Hartigan Go. Again, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. As the highest advisory body to the government and the science community on issues concerning science and technology, the Academy has formulated the 37th ASM resolutions. These resolutions are based on the extensive discussions from various roundtable discussions and consultations and resulting recommendations, as well as from the papers presented today and yesterday, the annual scientific meeting. So let me call on Academician Antonio Miguel Dans, Chair of the Resolutions Committee, to present the 37th Annual Scientific Meeting Resolutions. Academician Dans.
Dr. Padolina, President of the National Academy of Science and Technology, Dr. Amelia P. Guevara, representing Secretary Montejos, and Dr. Kenneth Hartigan Go, representing Secretary Garin, national scientists, fellow academicians, fellow scientists, and friends. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to present to you today the resolutions for the 37th annual meeting of the National Academy of Science and Technology. I'm going to have two slide sets before you, if we can start them. I'll be showing the resolution word for word on the right here, and explanatory diagrams on the left. So if you keep your left eye here and your right eye there, you will perfectly understand what I'm saying. Now, well, if you're interested in the wording, this is the slide to look at. If you're interested in the explanation, the slide on your right is the one to look at. I'm going to start before reading it by discussing what the world set out to complete in the year 2000, which is the Millennium Development Goals. It contained 8 goals for every country in the world to achieve and included such goals as the alleviation of poverty and 3 health-related goals, maternal and child health and HIV and other infections. The big problem with the Millennium Development Goals, and now recognized in retrospect as an error, was the failure to address the #1 killer today in the world, and that's non-communicable diseases. In September 2011, the United Nations called for a high-level meeting on the prevention and control of these diseases, where they addressed the MDG oversight. The best summary of that meeting is a statement by Dr. Margaret Chan, Director General of the World Health Organization, who said, "This meeting is a wake-up call for governments at the highest level, a watershed event that replaces ignorance and inertia with awareness and right actions." So with that in mind, and with colleagues from the National Academy, we prepared resolutions to present to you this morning. So, after a thorough evaluation of the evidence on incidence, fatality, causality, after several long hours of meetings and roundtable discussions in the past year with all stakeholders, and after consideration of a broad range of analyses and proposed solutions, the National Academy of Science and Technology of the Philippines, as the highest advisory body to the nation on matters of science, on the 37th Annual Scientific Meeting, forward the following resolutions to the President of the Philippines and the Cabinet, to Congress, and to society at large. Resolution number 1 is, we declare a crisis of lifestyle-related non-communicable diseases in the country of unheralded extent and unprecedented severity, leading to the death of 300,000 Filipinos a year, more deaths than any single disaster, calamity, or epidemic seen before. These diseases include stroke, heart attack, cancer, chronic lung disease, the top 4, and many others. Implicated lifestyles include smoking, consumption of unhealthy food, and inadequate physical activity. Contrary to common belief, these conditions affect not just the aged, but also the young, including productive citizens in the prime of their life. Though popularly known as diseases of affluence, in truth, they cause more deaths amongst the poor than amongst the rich. And while lifestyle is generally regarded as a choice made by individuals, there is overwhelming scientific evidence that choices are heavily influenced by the environment. People consume unhealthy food because unhealthy food is cheaper. Advertisements surround us, and food establishments allow no choice. People don't engage in sufficient physical activity because there is little access to open space and no opportunities for non-motorized transport. The prevalence of smoking is high because tobacco is cheap, and we are flooded with promotional materials at an early stage. Rather than being mainly a personal choice then, lifestyle is in fact largely an adaptation to how we have built the world around us. Therefore, rather than focusing on just public education, solutions that bear upon this epidemic must involve how communities are built, how businesses are run and regulated, and how laws are crafted and implemented. NCD control measures, therefore, must extend beyond the health sector into the realm of society at large, including engineers, architects, farmers, fisherfolk, teachers, businessmen, lawmakers, community leaders, family members, and more. There are no exceptions. All of society must be involved in addressing this epidemic. Resolution number 2. We urgently propose the formation of a national commission for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases under the Office of the President, tasked to develop and oversee societal strategies for the prevention and control of non-communicable disease. The commission shall be composed of selected cabinet secretaries or undersecretaries from pertinent departments, lawmakers, academicians, scientists, local government leaders, and society and private sector representatives. This national commission should have the following responsibilities: analysis and oversight of existing policies, laws, plans, and programs that may have an adverse effect on lifestyle. Number 2, development of a research agenda for the development and continuous assessment of strategies that promote a healthy lifestyle. And 3, formulation of recommendations for new policies and legislation if necessary. The range of policies to be addressed include policies that encourage a healthy diet, for example, reducing the price of healthy food relative to unhealthy food, requiring provision of healthy options in food establishments, and instituting effective rules on food labeling. Policies to incentivize the redesign of urban and rural infrastructure, to provide adequate open space for physical activity, and to encourage non-motorized transportation. 3, policies that further reduce the prevalence of smoking, such as strict prohibition of smoking in public places, a total ban on tobacco advertisements, and a further increase in taxes on tobacco. And finally, policies on environmental protection and pollution control, including waste disposal. So in conclusion, while great progress has been achieved in the field of curative medicine, strategies for health promotion have lagged behind in our country. The main cause of this lag is the misconception that non-communicable diseases are diseases of individuals solely related to choices that they make. Based on current scientific knowledge, this theory is no longer tenable. Lifestyle is not a mere matter of personal choice. It's largely an adaptation to the world we have built around us. This means non-communicable diseases are not just diseases of individuals. They are diseases of society that will take societal reform to prevent. NCDs have invaded us quietly and imperceptibly in the past few decades. And now they have reached a critical level. Millions of Filipinos are affected, and unless something is done, hundreds of thousands will continue to die unnecessarily each year at huge economic and social cost. We need to do something about the situation. For the sake of our people and our children, we need to do it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dance. Please now present the copies of the resolutions to Yusek Guevara and to Yusek Hartigan Go. Thank you very much. May we now request Science USEC Guevara and then USEC Health USEC Hartigan Go to give the response. We hope to get their commitment to ensure that these resolutions will be seriously taken into consideration and eventually adopted by concerned sectors in the formulation of important policies related to NCDs.
Distinguished national scientists, academicians, the officials and staff and members of National Academy of Science and Technology, distinguished representatives from the academe, from the government sector and the private sector, our awardees, fellow workers in government, good afternoon. At 12:35, I got a call from the secretary asking me to read his response to the NAST resolution. He regrets that he cannot come this afternoon. He's now at Pag-asa, and he really regrets he cannot leave Pag-asa now. As you know, even if Egay has left the country, Falcon has entered the Philippine area of responsibility, and there's another Typhoon Gorin coming over. Although Falcon will not make landfall, it will bring about a lot of rains, and that's the reason why he's now stationed at the Pag-asa Forecasting Center. For the information, everybody, every time there's a typhoon, the secretary always stays at Pag-asa. So I'm privileged to read his response to the NAST resolution. At the outset, let me thank the members of the NAST and all those who participated in this annual meeting for generously sharing their time, expertise, experiences, and ideas to address the issues and challenges of non-communicable diseases. This year's annual scientific meeting unifies the different fields and disciplines of science and the different divisions of the NAST towards a common goal of building a society that ensures and protects the health of our people. Consistent with the principles of International Alma Ata Declaration on Primary Health Care, it also brings the issue of health promotion into the domain of society at large, rather than just within the health sector and the Department of Health. Indeed, this is health beyond health. The rising incidence, fatality, and casualty in the country due to NCDs are indeed cause for alarm. Based on your data, we lose 300,000 Filipinos from NCDs every year, or equivalent to 60% of all deaths in the country. Globally, NCD kills 38 million people each year, with 3/4 of deaths, or 28 million, occurring in low and middle income countries like the Philippines, according to the World Health Organization. NCD threatens progress, and its rapid rise is likely to impede our efforts at inclusive growth, particularly poverty alleviation. As discussed throughout this two-day scientific meeting, NCDs have a huge social and economic impact, which affects the poor more often than the rich. Unless we recognize the existence of this problem and the magnitude of its effects, then we cannot even begin to address and mobilize all the resources available to resolve it. Hence, the Academy's recognition of the challenges brought about by NCD is both timely and appropriate, and is consistent with the pronouncements of the high-level UN General Assembly meeting in 2011. A comprehensive and holistic approach must be formulated to address these challenges posed by NCDs. Our objective to combat the rising incidence of NCD in the country should be supported by socio-cultural and policy changes as espoused by the Academy. The concerted efforts of various institutions, beginning with the family and the community, are indeed to lead our public into practices and choices that promote healthy living. While the statistics are overwhelming, I'd like to caution the Academy, however, in declaring it as an epidemic. Well, I'm sure the Secretary will be very glad to hear that this word epidemic has been changed to crisis. The government's health agenda includes the prevention and control of NCDs as one of its objectives to achieve universal health care for all Filipinos. Under this same framework, the National Unified Health Research Agenda, or NURA, was crafted to provide focus and direction on health R&D efforts that will address the country's health concerns, including NCDs. Various S&T interventions are already being implemented and in the pipeline. These include the development of diagnostic kits for early detection and/or prediction of disease and mortality, utilizing existing and novel technologies or a combination of this. Among priority non-communicable diseases that will be studied include myocardial infarction, colorectal cancer, stroke, diabetes, and breast cancer. Genomics or molecular technology will be used in the design of diagnostic devices, vaccines, therapeutics, and other products for these diseases. The DOST's drug discovery program is also geared towards developing new drugs for both common infectious diseases as well as NCDs. Local herbal and marine sources are being screened for candidate compounds or molecular drug targets that can be developed up to the preclinical stage. The department is also supporting researches that involve the determination of health benefits and safety assessment of food or food components in reducing these NCDs. Through our Food and Nutrition Research Institute, we are promoting the Pinggang Pinoy program as one of the many interventions to motivate our people to eat a truly healthy and balanced meal. Pinggang Pinoy provides consumers with recommendations of the appropriate proportion of food groups based on latest scientific findings, formative research, technical consultations, and pre-testing. It reminds us on how to fill up our plates with the right amount and quality of food in accordance with the food guide pyramid. I believe that public education and awareness campaigns should be still pursued aggressively, utilizing both traditional and new forms of media, such as the social media, to impress upon the public the causes and ways of preventing and controlling NCDs. Complementary to these efforts are more research and development and other S&T and policy interventions. All these activities will require resources, so we enjoin the Academy to assist in finding more creative ways or models of generating these resources. The passing of the sin tax, which has an environmental measure whose main goal is to promote health, is one such mode. The resolution calls for the creation of a national commission for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. While we recognize the important role that this proposed commission will play, we need to look at alternative ways for effective prevention and control. There are interventions that can be started immediately under existing mechanisms or institutions. For example, the responsibility of the proposed commission to develop a research agenda and strategies that promote healthy lifestyle is already incorporated in the National Unified Health Research Agenda. We encourage you to provide further inputs to the NURA through PCHRD to flesh out in more detail the strategies and interventions that you feel should be defined in the NURA. Further, interagency committees are easier to create rather than a commission. There are also existing and funded programs where activities addressing NCDs can be integrated in such programs, such as the gender and development, and those related to youth, senior citizens, and persons with disability. Under the General Appropriations Act, all agencies of government are required to formulate plans, programs, and projects, and to allocate funds for these purposes, insofar as they relate to their mandated functions. In closing, I would like to commend the National Academy of Science and Technology for leading fruitful discussions and formulating policy recommendations to address the problems of NCDs. The Department of Science and Technology is committed to support your efforts towards promoting a brighter and healthier future for all Filipinos. Thank you.
Distinguished national scientists, academicians, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today and to given the privilege to give this response on behalf of Secretary Janet Loreto Garin, who is on official travel. I'm sure that this 37th annual scientific meeting of the National Academy of Science and Technology, which started yesterday, became an opportunity for all of us to be informed of the current NCD situation, what is existing and can still be done to address this. We had a chance of gaining knowledge on the control and prevention of NCD. The theme, Challenges of Non-Communicable Disease, Responding through Multisectoral Action, is a reality and an eye-opener to all of us. Global burden of NCD continues to grow, and addressing it constitutes one of the major challenges for the 21st century. Rapidly increasing magnitude of these diseases affecting the poor and disadvantaged population in a disproportionate way. And it contributes to the widening of health and economic gap between and within countries. As NCD are largely preventable, the number of premature deaths can be greatly reduced. In previous years, strategy to enhance curative approach to NCD, and since then, there has been a change in efforts from curative to preventive. We are all aware that NCD are caused to a large extent by 4 behavioral risk factors: common aspects of economic transition, rapid urbanization, and unhealthy lifestyles such as tobacco use, unhealthy diet, insufficient physical activity, and the harmful use of alcohol. The greatest effects of these risk factors fall increasingly on low and middle income countries and on the poorer people within all countries. Among this population, a vicious cycle may ensue. Poverty exposes people to behavioral risks for NCD, and in turn, the resulting NCD may become an important driver to the downward spiral that leads families further towards poverty. As a result, unless the NCD epidemic is aggressively confronted in the most heavily affected countries and communities, the mounting impact of this condition will continue. Global goal of reducing poverty will therefore be undermined. The Department of Health recognizes the pressing need to have a multisectoral action plan addressing NCDs. This action plan should involve whole of government and a whole of society approach, engaging different stakeholders outside of health sector, contribute to the concerted effort in the promotion, prevention, and control of NCD. The greater progress in the prevention and control can be achieved through cooperation of different sectors. It can be seen that NCDs are driven both by health and non-health variables, such as the health sector cannot adequately prevent and control these diseases on their own. A multi-sectoral approach, therefore, is required to establish enabling environments in the community so that healthy choices become the more attractive choices. The engagement of different sectors such as health, agriculture, communication, education, employment, energy, environment, finance, trade and industry, urban development, pricing, advertising, and information communication technology, including sports, transport, youth affairs, and even tax policy, among others, are required. In June of 2014, the Department of Health, in collaboration with World Health Organization, has commissioned the University of the Philippines College of Public Health to develop a Philippine multisectoral action plan. And this is for the prevention and control of NCDs for the years 2015 to 2025. The goal of this action plan is to reduce the premature mortality coming from NCD. To achieve this, efforts are aimed to lowering the prevalence of the four main types of NCD, which are cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes mellitus, and chronic respiratory diseases. This will also address intermediate targets or the metabolic conditions that would eventually progress and lead to NCD. This includes high blood pressure, high blood sugar, obesity, and overweight. Together with the intermediate targets, the primary targets or the behavioral risk factors, namely tobacco use, physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, and harmful alcohol use, are to be addressed by embarking on activities focusing on all these. At the moment, policies and standards are being developed to further strengthen the fight against NCDs. Policies addressing behavioral risk factors are now on its preliminary meetings. Proposed bills on adding excise tax on sugar, sweetened beverages, and creating a prevention control program for reducing the harmful effect of alcohol are being supported by our department. The action plan also includes a discussion on forming a committee, commission, or council who will be composed of different agencies or sectors and ensure that addressing NCD will be in a multisectoral manner. In closing, the Department of Health will fully support the continuing process of finalizing this resolution to ensure that an appropriate organizational structure will be created, managing, and as well as implementing the PhilMap NCDs action plan. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Guevara and Undersecretary Hartigan Go. Please accept these tokens to be presented by President Padolina as our sign of appreciation for gracing this important occasion. Thank you very much. At this point, we will now move on to the annual recognition of outstanding individuals or groups who have made important contributions to science and technology. We are proud to present the design of the NAS trophies and plaques by the well-known multi-awarded visual artist Sajid Imau. The sculptural trophy for the NAS Awards shows the fluid lines and curves, subtly performing the word NAST. The upward movement of the lines shows modernity, great strides in science, and excellence. The contours and holes all around symbolize how our outstanding scientists discover and explore the world of science from different perspectives. The new sculptural trophy for the NAST Awards. Now, may we call on the respective chairs of the Board of Judges of the different NAST Awards to announce the winners. We first call on the Outstanding Scientific Poster Award to be presented by academician Remigio M. Olveda. May we also request Undersecretary Guevara, NAS President Padolina, and Vice President Concepcion to present the prizes to the winners. But first, Academician Olveda will, Remigio M. Olveda.
Okay. Thank you very much. On behalf of the members of the Scientific Posters Selection Committee, I am proud to present to you the winners of the best scientific posters. There were 181 posters that were submitted, and they were divided into different divisions: agricultural science division, biological science division, chemical mathematical division, physical sciences, engineering and technology division, health sciences, and social sciences. Judging for the best picture was based on the following criteria: scientific merit, 60%; importance or relevance to national development, 20%; poster effectiveness, 20%. The winners will receive prize of 10,000 cash, which will be deposited directly to your bank account in Swiss bank. Um, but before that, I would like to acknowledge the members of the Board of Judges. The members are National Scientist Dolores A. Ramirez from um, Agriculture Science Division, right? Academician Rodelis Lasco, Agriculture Science Division. Academician Rodora B. Asansa from Biological Science Division. Academician Angel C. Alcala from Biological Science Division. Academician William T. Torres from Engineering, Science and Technology Division. Academician Philemon A. Oriarty Jr. from Engineering, Science, Technology Division. Academician Ernesto J. Del Rosario from Mathematics Science Division. Academician Christopher C. Bernido from Mathematics Science Division. Academician Jaime C. Montoya, Health Science Division. National Scientist Raul B. Pabelia from Social Science Division. Academician Alan Benedect I. Bernardo, Social Science Division. And the chair of the Board of Judges is a National Scientist, Ernesto O. Domingo. The secretariat is Ms. Rosemary S. Espino. The winners. I lost the list. First, there are several winners. The first, but not the best, because they were not selected according to the ranking. The first poster to be presented or be awarded is from the Agricultural Sciences Division. The title of the poster, Physiological Response of Rice and Weeds under Anaerobic Germination and its implication for crop management. The authors are Federickson D. Intela, Swarna Herat, Apelia, C.S. Namoko, Evangeline S. Elia, David E. Johnson, and Abdel Bagi M. Ismail. Okay. Okay. The next scientific poster is from Biological Sciences. The title, Novel Anti-Tuberculosis, Anti-Staphylococcal, Cytotoxic, Anti tyrosinase, and anti-acetylcholine esterase, oxidized C6 derivatives from Philippine uh, ovary species. Wala iba. Thank you. Congratulations. The next is a scientific poster from Engineering, Sciences, and Technology. Title, uh, uh, del- Delnification of sacapercolone and of sweet shotgun. I lost my eyeglasses. Using combination of alkaline and fungal treatment. The authors are Dane Michael S. Kalika and Shirley C. Agrippis. Yeah, congratulations. Next, forgive me for not being able to read this correctly because I cannot find my eyeglasses because I lost my eyeglasses. The next winner is from Health Sciences Division. Health Sciences Division. The title is comparative in vitro effect of bevacizumab, mitosicin C, 5 fluorouracil, and transcinnamon acetonin, and human tenons fibroblast primary culture. The authors are Pius Donas Ocampo, Maria Margarita Luna, Joseph Anthony Tubocon, Polly Chuapo, Andrea Martin Maria Luisa Enriquez, Lorraine K. Cabral, and John Timothy Howard. Unbelievable. Congratulations. Yes, that's okay. Thank you. Good. Okay. Actually, that's part of the presentation. I lost my eyeglasses. Somebody give me eyeglasses. So the next winner is from Mathematical and Physical Science Division. The title is Spectrophotometer Determination of Coenzyme Q10 using polyaniline film as optical sensor. The authors are Maria Cristina B. Portilla, Jason Paul C. Monlingon, Fiona G. P. Cariaga, and Cherry P. Pascual. Congratulations. Thank you. And the last one, but not the least, Social Science Division. The title, Education in Internally Displaced Persons. to school and Lanao have support mechanism for redo-affected students. The authors are Jubini A. Caballero and Mark Anthony J. Torres. Yan, nasa baba walang winner yung last. Yan, nasa baba na walang winner. Okay, congratulations to the winners and thank you very much for.
May we now call on National Scientist Dolores A. Ramirez to present the Outstanding Scientific Paper Award and the Outstanding Book Award.
The Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards are given annually to papers published in Philippine scientific or technical journals within 5 years preceding the award. Papers are judged based on the quality of their content, contribution to science and technology, clarity of presentation, and thoroughness of documentation. The winner will receive a cash prize of 10,000 pesos and a plaque of recognition from the National Academy of Science and Technology. For the 2015 Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards, we have one, the Integrating Biophysical, Social, Financial, and Market Factors for a Sustainable Upland Agricultural Development in Casiguran, Aurora, Philippines, authored by Walfredo Arola, Rodrigo B. Badayos, Pompe C. Santa Cruz, Moises A. Dorado, Ronaldo A. Roel, and Florentino R. Monsalud. Published in the Philippine Journal of Crop Science, Volume 37, Number 3, pages 40 to 54 in 2012. Given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Manila, Philippines, signed William G. Padolina, President, Evelyn May Texan Mendoza, Secretary. The next, soil, chemical, and physical properties with rice straw management during fallow period, authored by Michelle B. Castillo, Cesar P. Mamaril, Erlinda S. Paterno, Pearl B. Sanchez, Rodrigo B. Badayos, and Pompe C. Santa Cruz, published in the Philippine Journal of Crop Science, Volume 37, pages 15 to 26, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Manila, Philippines, signed William G. Padolina, President, Evelyn May Texan Mendoza, Secretary. Next, utilization of loop-mediated isothermal amplification or LAMP technology for detecting white spot syndrome virus, WSSV, and Vibrio species in Leptonemus banamei in selected sites in the Philippines, authored by Amalia Dulcin D. Nicolosora, Mary Beth B. Maningas, Benedict A. Maralit, Christopher Marlo A. Caipang, Mujiquis D. Santos, and Adelaida Calpe. Published in the Philippine Science Letter, Volume 7, Number 2, pages 309 to 316, given on the 9th day of July 2015 at Manila Hotel, signed William D. Padulina, President, Emilien May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. The next is molecular phylogeny of the genus Beckia rubiaceae, including a new endemic Philippine inland forest species, Beckia montaei, by Grisevio Jonathan D. Alejandro, Lorenzo Angelo R. Santos, Hao Wei Xu, Michelle Amanta S. Nihiliano, Ropa Joy R. Santor, and Victor B. Amoroso, published in the Philippine Science Letters, Volume 7, pages 88 to 96. Signed, William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. Next, mathematical analysis of bistability in reduced models of apoptosis, authored by Joseph Ray Clarence G. Damasco, Marian P. Roque, Ricardo C. H. Del Rosario, published in the Philippine Science Letter, Volume 6, Number 2, pages 138 to 146, given at this 9th day of July at the Manila Hotel, signed William D. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. Next, physicochemical and microbiological parameters in the deterioration of virgin coconut oil, authored by Ian Ken D. Dimson, Melodina F. Balde, Jacqueline Elizabeth R. Santos, Mark Joseph M. Garubillas, Henson M. D. Harme, Margaret W. Remolio, and Fabian M. Dairit, published in the Philippine Journal of Science, Volume 140, pages 89 to 103, given this 9th day of July 2015, signed William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. The next, design, fabrication, and performance evaluation of a photobioreactor for the cultivation of Chlorella vulgaris vegerin, authored by Denise Esther O. Santiago, Rex B. Dimapelis, Milagrosa Martinez Go, June Owen O. Nacorda, Nerissa K. Toreta, Butch G. Batalier, Mark Jason H. Redondo, Nixon L. Howe, and Lisa Stephanie H. Dizon, published in the Philippine Journal of Science, Volume 38, pages 21 to 29, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, signed William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. The next one, a molecular dynamics investigation of water migration in a lipid bilayer for microalgae drying, authored by Roby Manrique, Aristotle Obando, Alray Villagracia, Jennifer Corpus, Alan Abraham Padama, Milani David, Nelson Arboleda Jr., Alvin Colaba, and Didyaki Kasay. Published in the Philippine Science Letters, Volume 7, pages 138 to 145, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. Shocks to Philippine households, incidents, idiosyncrasy, and impact. Authored by Joseph J. Capuno, Aleli D. Kraft, Stella A. Kimbo, and Carlos Antonio R. Tan Jr. Published in the Philippine Review of Economics, issue number 2, pages 1 to 27, given this 9th day of July 2015 at Manila Hotel, signed William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. For the outstanding scientific paper award for this year, Productivity of Rice Farming in the Philippines, Patterns and Sources, authored by Lisa H. Borday and Carl H. Nelson. Published in the Philippine Journal of Crop Science, Volume 37, number 3, pages 10 to 22, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel. Signed, William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. Wala. Anybody from Field Rice might wish to receive the award? Wala. Ayan. For the Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards for 2015, these awards are given annually for books or monographs published by Filipino publishers based in the Philippines. Majority of the authors of publication should be Filipino and should be published within 5 years preceding the award. Books or monographs are judged based on the quality and originality of the content, contribution to science and technology, clarity of presentation, and thoroughness of documentation. The winner will receive a cash prize of 15,000 pesos and a plaque of recognition from the National Academy of Science and Technology. For this year, the Outstanding Book Award will go to Changing Philippine Climate, Impacts on Agriculture and Natural Resources, authored by Josefino C. Comiso, Catalino A. Blanche, Terry I. Sarigumba, Maria Victoria O. Espaldon, Felino P. Lansigan, Nestor T. Baginon, Roger C. Berusel, Jesusita O. Coladilla, Rex Victor O. Cruz, Leonardo M. Florese, Rafael D. Guerrero III, Rodel D. Lasco, Rosa T. Perez, Juan M. Pauline, and Lourdes B. Tubig. It's published by University of the Philippines Press, given on this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, signed William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texan Mendoza, Secretary. The next awardee is the book entitled Health Management in Aquaculture, 2nd edition, authored by Hilda D. Leopo and Yasao Inui, ISBN 978-971-0487-56-1, published by Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center Aquaculture Department in 2010, given this day, 9th day of July at the Manila Hotel, signed William D. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texan Mendoza, Secretary. And the third Outstanding Book Award goes to The RH Wars, Framing the Population and Reproductive Health Debate, IPC Culture and Development Series number 10 by Clarissa C. David, Antonio G. M. Lavinia, and Jenna May L. Atun. Published by the Institute of Philippine Culture, School of Sciences, of Social Sciences, Ateneo de Manila University in 2014. Given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel. Signed, William G. Padulina, President, Evelyn May Texan Mendoza, Secretary. Thank you. And congratulations to the awardees.
Thank you very much, National Scientist Dolores A. Ramirez. The next award is the NAST Environmental Science Award, to be presented by National Scientist Angel C. Alcala.
The National Academy in Science Technology Environmental Science Award is intended to recognize outstanding scientific and technological research work that contributes to environmental protection and conservation. We would like to present to this assembly the winners of the 2015 NAST Environmental Science Award. The grand prize winners shared the cash prize of 50,000 pesos, a plaque of recognition from the Academy, and 1 million pesos research grant from the Department of Science and Technology for an approved proposal. The winners likewise received 50,000 pesos additional cash prize from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources during the awarding ceremony held in conjunction with the celebration of the Earth Day. Our winners are Arsenio B. Elia and Severino G. Salmo III. I'd like to read the citation. The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines presents this NAST Environmental Science Award to Arsenio B. Elia, MS Forestry, Forest Products Research and Development Institute, Department of Science and Technology. In recognition of his exemplary contributions in the field of forest products utilization research, particularly for his important works in the generation of technical information and technologies on exudates producing plant that led to the formulation of standards and guidelines towards improved methods of harvesting resins, such as the Manila Copal Almasiga resin, Manila Elemi Canarium resin, Balao Apitong resin, oleo resin from Benguet pine resin, and oil of Palosapis in Anisoptera resin, which have contributed to the conservation of species that produce resins and produce prolonged lifespan of trees, sustaining and maximizing resin production. His research generated scientific knowledge and technical skills in non-wood forest products utilization, which contributed to poverty reduction and livelihood enhancement among the more marginalized sectors of our society, especially the indigenous communities. Given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Philippines. Signed, William G. Padulina, President, and Angel C. Alcala, National Scientist and Chair of the Board of Judges. For the next awardee, the National Academy of Science and Technology presents the NAST Environmental Science Award to Severino G. Salmo III, PhD Biological Science, Department of Environmental Science, Ateneo de Manila University, for his significant contribution in the documentation and evaluation of the ecological functionality of mangroves, for his studies on the impacts of mangrove restoration programs in terms of the recovery of forest cover, and his contribution in the enhancement of macrofaunal communities like mollusks and fish assemblages. His study provides mangrove managers with an understanding of how long and to what extent planted mangroves ecologically perform at certain ages and how much is being lost or missed when natural mangrove forests are converted into other uses. For developing plant ecological model that assess how mangroves will be affected by accelerated sea level rise and provide insights on the vulnerability of communities living along coastal areas. For his study that shows that the loss of natural mangroves and replacing it with planted mangroves reduces resiliency against typhoons and hence may result to more severe damages if not properly managed. Given this day of July, 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Philippines. Signed, William G. Padolina, President, Angel C. Alcala, Chair, Board of Judges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, National Scientist Angel C. Alcala. May we now call on National Scientist Raul V. Favela to present the NAS Talent Search for Young Scientists awardees.
The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines proudly presents the winners of the NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists. The NAST Talent Search for Young Scientists aims to encourage young people who must be 35 years old or younger within January to December, the year of the award, to pursue a career of science. This year, 17 candidates were recommended, 5 were shortlisted, and those 5 had to present and defend their research before a very skeptical members of the Board of Judges, who are myself, Academician Ruben Villarreal, Academician Gisela Concepcion, Academician Jose Maria Balmaceda, Academician William Torres, Academician Carmencita Padilla, and Professor Fortunato de la Peña. Trophies and cash prize are awarded to the best 3 scientific paper presenters. But in addition, we also award citations to the next 2. And the winners are, for special citation, drum roll, Pierangeli G. Vital, Biology, Institute of Biology, UP, Diliman, for her research entitled Microbiological Quality of Fresh Produce from Open-Air Markets and Supermarkets in the Philippines. The second special citation is given to Rose Ann G. Franco, Medical Science, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, for her research entitled Utilization of Polyvinyl phosphonic acid and its effect on the material properties and biocompatibility of polyvinyl alcohol electrospun membranes. Dr. Vital and Ms. Franco will both receive 10,000 pesos from NAST and a plaque of appreciation. And the third prize winner of the NAST Talent Search for Young Scientist Award goes to Romar de la Cruz, Mathematics, Institute of Mathematics, UP Diliman, for her research entitled Cheating Immune's Secret Schemes from Codes and Cumulative Arrays. De la Cruz will receive a prize of 20,000 pesos and a plaque of appreciation. The second prize for the NAST Talent Search for Young Scientist Award goes to Charlotte Kendra Lutanco, Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, Ateneo de Manila University, for her outstanding research entitled Sensitivity Analysis of Surface Biophysical, Carbon, Climate Impacts of Tropical Deforestation Rates in Dr. Gotanco will receive a cash prize of 30,000 pesos, plaque of appreciation from NAST. And the first prize of the NAST Talent Search Award for Young Scientists goes to Juanreb Earl Juanico, Physics, Technological Institute of the Philippines, for his research entitled Epidemic Cycle Induced by Intervention in a Susceptibility Structured Population. Dr. Juanico will receive a cash prize of 45,000, plaque of appreciation, and a research grant of 300,000 pesos from the Department of Science and Technology. Congratulations to all the winners.
May we call back the Talent Search awardees for a photo op? Congratulations to our NAS Talent Search awardees. Now may I call on Academician Emil Q. Javier to present the World Academy of Sciences for the Advancement of Developing Countries, or TWAS, Prize for Young Scientists in the Philippines. A national scientist, Dolores A. Ramirez.
Napag-utusan lang po ng aking former student. The World Academy of Sciences Prize for Young Scientists in the Philippines. The TWAS Prize for Young Scientists in the Philippines is the award given to an outstanding young Filipino scientist by the Academy and the World Academy of Sciences for the advancement of developing countries. It is given in selected disciplines per year, such as biology, chemistry, mathematics, or physics. For 2015, the TWAS Prize for Young Scientists in the Philippines is given for chemistry. The winner will receive a cash prize of $2,000 from TWAS, a NAST Trophy of Recognition, and a 500,000 research grant from the Department of Science and Technology. And for this year, the prize goes to Alan Patrick G. Macabeo, Doctor of Natural Science, Organic Chemistry of the Department of Chemistry, College of Science, University of Santo Tomas. In recognition of his important research on the sustainable use of biologically active compounds from Philippine medicinal plants and synthetic manipulation of sugar biomass byproducts as tools to increase the library of medicinal agents important for drug discovery studies. His research has resulted in the isolation and identification of a wide range of natural products from indigenous Philippine medicinal plants as uh, inspiration for developing future anti-infective, cytotoxic, anti-neurodegenerative, and anti-hyperpigmenting drug platforms. Through his studies, he has supported both the structure elucidation efforts and has shown significance of certain functional groups within biologically active molecules. These efforts are very important in establishing and validating the vast potential of Philippine resources for medical purposes. His works have also promoted the importance of studying the chemotaxonomic significance of certain natural product structures from Philippine Annonaceae plants to systematically study the chemical variation between plant taxa, the use of furan-derived donor acceptor cyclopropanes from sugar biomass to develop asymmetric synthetic approaches and wrote complex natural product structures and the use of green synthetic methods to prepare a variety of medicinally important compounds and stereoisomerically pure natural products manifold. Given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, signed Emil Q. Javier, Chair, TUAS Awards Committee, William G. Padulina, President, NAST. May I also inform that the committee had Academician Emil Javier as chairman, members, National Scientist Lourdes J. Cruz, National Scientist Ricardo Lantican, Academician Filomena F. Campos, and myself. Congratulations.
The most coveted and most prestigious Outstanding Young Scientist Award in the country today is the NAST Outstanding Young Scientist Award. And presenting the 2015 Outstanding Young Scientist Awards is Academician Reynaldo B. Vea.
The Outstanding Young Scientist Awards are given to young Filipino scientists must not be 41 years old within January to December in the year of the award, who have made significant contributions to science and technology. Winners receive a cash prize of 125,000 pesos, a plaque of recognition from NAST, and 500,000 worth of research grant from DOST for an approved proposal. I will now read the citations of the awardees one by one. Republic of the Philippines, National Academy of Science and Technology presents this 2015 Outstanding Young Scientist Award to Dennis V. Umali, PhD, Veterinary Science, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. In recognition of his outstanding research works on the molecular characterization of economically important poultry pathogens, especially Newcastle disease virus, NDV. With his co-workers, the complete NDV genome was sequenced for the first time. NDV field surveillance in commercial poultry farms and in migratory waterfowls was conducted, and the basis of the formulation of effective preventive and control strategies of the disease was established. Dr. O'Malley's present research involves a national molecular epidemiological investigation of poultry and livestock diseases in the Philippines, with the end in view of formulating their more efficient diagnosis, prevention, control, and treatment. Given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Manila, Philippines, signed Dr. William G. Padulina, President, Dr. Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. Congratulations. The next awardee, the next awardee is Amy Lynn A. Barion Dupo, PhD, Entomology, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. In recognition of her outstanding research works in Lepidoptera and spiders, and her important contributions to the taxonomy and ecology of the rice black bugs from Philippine rice agro ecosystems. In particular, her work on the Philippine Geometridae, the second largest and least studied family of Lepidoptera, has provided basic taxonomic and distributional data which are important in studying their movement and future quarantine activities. Dr. Barion Dupo's publications have provided much needed basic information needed to develop and implement strategies for the conservation of the biodiversity of these species. She has also significantly contributed to the updating of the geometry holdings of both UPLB Museum of Natural History and the Philippine National Museum. Congratulations. The next awardee is Joey D. Ocon, MS, Chemical Engineering, University of the Philippines, Diliman. In recognition of his scientific and technological contributions in the field of electrochemistry, which are important in enabling wider utilization of renewable but intermittent forms of energy and more efficient conversion of fuels to electricity via fuel cells, and of his role in the establishment of the Laboratory of Electrochemical Engineering at the College of Engineering, University of the Philippines, which trains young researchers and locally develops electrochemical energy storage and conversion systems, as well as other advanced green technologies and vision to reduce the country's dependence on petroleum oil. Congratulations. The next awardee is Enrico C. Paringit, Doctor of Engineering, University of the Philippines, Diliman. In recognition of his outstanding contributions in the areas of climate change and disaster risk management, particularly in spearheading the implementation of the nationwide Disaster Risk Exposure and Assessment for Mitigation, DREAM program, the biggest research project of the UP system, using cutting-edge technologies such as the light detection and ranging, LiDAR, and synthetic aperture radar, SAR, that has produced up-to-date, detailed, and high-resolution elevation maps of 18 critical river basins in the country, and later those of 250 river basins. The data and knowledge derived by Dr. Paringit's team are important planning tools in facing disasters like floods, landslides, and other natural hazards. Congratulations. The next awardee is Rex Ferdinand M. Praedfargar, PhD, Fisheries Sciences, University of the Philippines, Visayas. In recognition of his outstanding research contributions to the development of gas chromatography mass spectrometry detection method in detecting off-flavor compounds in milkfish, cultured water, and bacteria from Laguna Lake, for spearheading the classification and identification of bacterial species that cause off-flavor in milkfish, which greatly benefited the fishermen within the vicinity of Laguna Lake, and for spearheading researches in the use of immunostimulants in shrimp aquaculture and juvenile mud crab to identify the optimum dosage that could enhance immunological status and improve the overall biological performance of these species. His findings have served as basis for higher investigation of immunostimulants on the biology of cultured species in the global context. Congratulations. The next awardee is Alan Patrick G. Macabeo, Doctor of Natural Science, Organic Chemistry, University of Santo Tomas. One more time. In recognition of his important research contributions to the isolation, identification, and structure determination of a wide range of secondary metabolites, many of which are biologically active, from indigenous medicinal plants. Further, his synthetic studies have supported both the structure elucidation and the significance of certain functional groups within those biologically active molecules. His studies have helped validate the potential of endemic Philippine medicinal plants, a source of phytochemicals to fight fast and slow-growing Mycobacterium tuberculosis and other diseases, and the chemotaxonomic significance of certain natural product structures from Philippine Anonaceae plant to systematically study the chemical variation between plant taxa and the use of green synthetic methodologies to access a variety of medicinally important compounds and stereoisomerically pure natural product manifolds. Congratulations once again. The next, and I think this is the last awardee, is Larissa C. David, PhD, Communication, University of the Philippines, Diliman. In recognition of her outstanding research work on framing of political issues in the news and other forms of public conversations, which has contributed to methods of frame analysis in communications research. With collaborators, new methods of automated frame analysis were designed in order to deal with large amounts of textual data while under close guidance of a theoretical framework that is largely qualitative. This has been successfully applied in studying the population management debate with media frames of the issue. Her studies clearly focus on the nuances of media and communication systems and on the dynamics of politics and governance. The academic relevance of her various research works, which have been published in refereed journals, local and international, may be gleaned from the numerous citations she has earned as a scholar. Congratulations.
May we now call back our OYS awardees for the group photo and also Academician Bea. Thank you very much and congratulations to our OYS awardees and all our other awardees. Before we proceed with our program, we will have a special number from the De La Salle University Chorale, internationally recognized and awarded singing group from De La Salle University. Let us give our De La Salle Chorale a round of applause.
La 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 la. Pamuli namin pusong kindengaman, to'y masasok agrayo tasadya. Paralutin man, di kauntunan, to'y agayat agrayo tasadya. Item kanyo kalipatan, inasundi uminagan, lugar sa ginungan. Ken kapapanan, to'y agayat agrayo tasadya. Item kanyo kalipatan, inasundi uminagan, lugar sa ginungan. Ken kapapanan, to'y agayat agrayo tasadya. La 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 la. Pamuli namin pusong kindengaman, to'y masasok agrayo tasadya. Paralutin man, di kauntunan, to'y agayat agrayo tasadya. Pamuli namin pusong kindengaman, to'y masasok agrayo tasadya. Paralutin man, di kapagitutunan, to'y agayat agrayo tasadya. To'y agayat agrayo tasadya. Precious one, when will I see you again? When will we share precious moments? Will I have to wait forever? Will I have to suffer and cry the whole night through? When will I see you again? Hearts beat together. Just our hands, the beginning. Is this the end? Will I see you again? Will I see you again? Will I see you just fashions? Is this the beginning of or is this the end? When will I see you again? 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 When will I see you again?
Thank you very much. That was the De La Salle Choral. I was commenting to academician, our President Willie Padolina, na medyo bitin ata. And those of you who have attended our closing and awarding ceremonies must have noted how much our intermissions have improved the quality. It's really now world class, So it's a hard and difficult act to follow. So next year, mas mahirap ang ating intermission number. We thank academician Alvin Colaba for facilitating our request to the De La Salle University. And now, may we call on once again Yusek Guevara, NAS President Padolina, and Vice President Concepcion to lead the investiture of our new academicians. We call on first Dr. Seferino P. Maala. Dr. Maala is accompanied by the Dean of the College of Vet Med of UPLB, Dr. Loinda Baldrias. The National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines, confers the rank and title of academician to Seferino P. Maala, PhD, Veterinary Medicine, for his outstanding contributions as a scientist and professor to the fields of veterinary anatomy and physiology of livestock species, most especially the anatomy of the carabao. He devised alternative methods of animal identification, an important technology for the control of emerging animal diseases. His researches at the College of Veterinary Medicine, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, have contributed significantly to the development of strategies for the improvement of health, production, and reproduction of important livestock species. His numerous publications have been useful references for veterinary anatomy and in the identification and conservation of livestock and wild animal species. Dr. Maala mentored more than 100 undergraduate and graduate students, taught several courses in veterinary medicine, and has authored and co-authored 8 books and laboratory manuals. He also served as editor-in-chief of the Philippine Journal of Veterinary and Animal Sciences and as co-editor and reviewer of the Philippine Journal of Veterinary Medicine. Given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Philippines, William G. Padolina, PhD, President, and Evelyn May Texon Mendoza, Secretary. Next, we call on Dr. Georgienne H. Primavera. Dr. Primavera is accompanied by her husband, Mr. Nicanor Primavera. The National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines, confers the rank and title of academician to Georgienne H. Primavera, PhD, Marine Science, in recognition of her significant and pioneering research contributions to the aquaculture of marine shrimp, the science-based utilization and conservation of mangroves, and to studies on the critically important beach forest ecosystem. Her research established conditions for induced maturation and broodstock development of sugpo, Peneus monogon, and other penaeid shrimp that have led to increased farmed shrimp production. Dr. Primavera is an internationally recognized expert on mangroves. Her extensive studies on mangrove as nurseries for penaeid shrimp, the integration of brackish water pond culture and mangrove for aquaculture, and the science-based rehabilitation of mangroves represent a holistic approach to the sustainable use of mangroves. Dr. Primavera has also significantly contributed to the identification of beach forests, including the inventory of and germination trials of various species suitable for the rehabilitation of beach forests. As a scientist of the Southeast Asian Fisheries and Development Center, she mentored many students, staff, and trainees from the Philippines and other parts of the world, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Philippines. May we call on Dr. Estrella F. Alabastro. Dr. Alabastro is accompanied by her husband, Dr. Edgardo Alabastro. The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines confers the rank and title of academician to Estrella F. Alabastro, PhD, Chemical Engineering, in recognition of her significant contributions as scientist, mentor, and science administrator. Dr. Alabastro pioneered in research on the thermal processing of Philippine food products to render them safe for consumption. These studies established the time temperature protocols of the heat processing of common Filipino foods based on resistance to heat of target microorganisms. Her studies delved on the extension of the shelf life of Philippine food, delicacies, and the use of irradiation as a quarantine treatment and as a means to extend the shelf life of fruits such as mango. As educator, she was responsible for the institution of the Food Science doctoral program at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and mentored many undergraduate and graduate students. As science administrator, she championed the role of science and engineering in our country's development. She served as project director of the Engineering and Science Education Project, or ESEP, which benefited many science and engineering schools. As secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, she instituted and supported programs that had high impact on the lives of farmers and fisherfolk. Under her leadership, the DOST Research Institutes developed S&T-based solutions to problems frequently encountered by small and medium enterprises and set into motion measures to ensure the technologies developed by DOST agencies and academic institutions would reach the intended beneficiaries, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel, Philippines. And now may we present to you Dr. Fortunato B. Sevilla, to be accompanied by Dr. Maribel Nonato. The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines confers the rank and title of academician to Fortunato B. Sevilla, PhD, Instrumentation and Analytical Science, in recognition of his pioneering and outstanding work on chemical sensors and biosensors in the Philippines. His research group at the University of Santo Tomas was the first in the country to fabricate chemical sensors based on optical fibers to synthesize molecularly imprinted polymers for use in piezoelectric chemical sensors and to develop electric nose systems which have applications in monitoring the quality of economically important products such as virgin coconut oil, civet coffee, and mango. His work in the field of low-cost instrumentation and microscale chemistry has contributed to the improvement of chemistry education in the Philippines and in different parts of the world, and has been recognized by International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. It has enabled chemistry teachers to teach chemistry lab courses more effectively through the use of locally available low-cost materials and resources, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel. We now present to you Dr. Edward H.M. Wang, MD, to be accompanied by Mrs. Eileen Wang. The National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines, confers the rank and title of academician to Edward H. M. Wang, MD, Orthopedics, in recognition of his significant contributions as a researcher, clinician, mentor, and scientist, specifically for his extensive research in musculoskeletal tumor in the Philippines, and for establishing that life-saving treatment and limb saving are possible in a state-subsidized government hospital for bone and tissue cancers of the limbs. His excellent collection of data of about 3,000 cases on the musculoskeletal tumor patients at the Philippine General Hospital of the University of the Philippines, Manila, resulted in better patient service and allowed for further study and understanding of these conditions. This has served as the backbone of many research studies in terms of demographics, treatment results, and survival rates. He spearheaded the establishment of a multidisciplinary unit known as the MUST unit, University of the Philippines Musculoskeletal Tumor Unit, for optimum medical management, including medical and pediatric oncology, pathology, radiation oncology, which serves as model for others to emulate locally and internationally. Dr. Wang and his team have directed their scientific work to optimizing treatment for the Filipino patient, addressing different concerns and situations unique to the Philippines, given this 9th day of July 2015 at the Manila Hotel. Thank you and congratulations. May we once again request our newly elected Academy members to the stage for the oath taking to be administered by Yusek Guevara of the Department of Science and Technology.
Pakitaas ang inyong kanang kamay at sabay-sabay natin basahin ang panunumpa ng katungkulan. Ako, na hinirang sa katungkulang bilang akademisyan ng National Academy of Science and Technology, ay taimtim na nanunumpa sa natutuparin ko ang buong husay at katapatan sa abot ng aking kakayahan, ang mga tungkulin ng aking kasulukuyang katungkulan at ng iba pang pagkaraan nito'y gagampanan ko sa ilalim ng Republika ng Pilipinas, na aking itataguyod at ipagtatanggol ang saligang batas ng Pilipinas, na tunay na mananalig at tatalima ako rito, na susundin ko ang mga batas, mga kautosang legal, at mga dekretong pinaiiral ng masadyang itinakdang may kapangyarihan ng Republika ng Pilipinas, at kusa kong babalikatin ang pananagutang ito na walang anumang pasubali o hangaring umiwas. Kasihan nawa ako ng Diyos. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to our new academicians and awardees. Let's give them a warm round of applause. This time, may we now request our national scientist, Concepcion, to give the closing remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorees, new members of the Academy, and my fellow national scientists and academicians. This 37th annual scientific meeting is coming to a close, and we have had 2 days of rain, and not so much wind, thank God, but we are glad that the audience has stayed with us for these 48 hours. We would like to remind everybody that this annual scientific meeting will be held again in the month of July to 2016, when a new administration will have been elected. That will be about the 9th and 10th of July 2016. 2016 is also a very important year, because on the 22nd of September of that year, we will be 40 years old. And beginning this September 2015, there will be a series of events that will be held to celebrate the Ruby anniversary of the NAS. We hope that you will all be able to participate in these activities. We have already scheduled a roundtable discussion on the 29th of September to mark not only the beginning of the Ruby anniversary celebration, but also to mark our 38th ASM, which is being organized by the Social Sciences Division. As the chairman at present, this will be my last appearance. The next chair will be held by my colleague, National Scientist Raul Fabella, beginning January of 2016. And he will be organizing all the activities for the ASM then. In fact, he will be also one of the speakers, together with academician Chancellor Michael Tan, in this first RTD in September 29, 2015. I hope that you will keep these dates in your file so that you can participate actively as you have done for the 37th ASM. We wish to thank the De La Salle Chorale for gracing this occasion and giving us sample of them international recognition in on behalf of the organizing committee, thank academician Alvin Culaba for arranging to have the De La Salle Chorale with us these 2 days. I also wish to thank the participants, especially those who have been very active in giving us their knowledge during not only the plenary sessions, but in the pre-ASM RTDs beginning last year to this year. I wish to thank academician Jimmy Montoya and academician Tony Dance for their organizing this ASM and for attending all the RTDs which were pre-ASM activities. I wish to thank also the UP for opening with the colors and taking the colors back at the end of this afternoon. I wish to congratulate all the new OYSs and the members that we have just elected to the academy, the 5 new academicians. And for the ones who won the scientific paper awards and the outstanding book or monograph awards. And especially those who also were awarded outstanding posters for each of the divisions. I also would like to cite those who have received special awards like the Environmental Science Award, the TWAS, the Young Scientist Award, and other special awards which you were present this afternoon to listen to and applaud. Are there any others that I have missed thanking? But most of all, I wish to thank the Secretariat for their effective support and preparation for this year. I hope that they will continue rendering the same service for the next ASF. Good afternoon to, I would like to thank the members of the EC, especially our President, William Padolina, and our very efficient Secretary, Evelyn May Mendoza. Evelyn and I will end our service as Vice President and Secretary respectively this year. So you will have a new set of chairs, except for 2 or 3 who will be still with us. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, National Scientist Mercedes Concepcion. May we now request everyone to stand for the exit of the colors.